Thank you so much, Sergey, for your steadfast leadership during this part of Expedition 74. You have definitely set a tone that united everyone on board, not only as colleagues, but as friends on a shared adventure. Accepting this symbolic key is a profound honor, and it means even more to me that it is coming from you. Ogromное спасибо, мой друг. When we look down at Mother Earth, we see our shared home. But when we look around this station, we see the real engine behind that view, our team. We astronauts get to be up here every day, but every moment of each day, we are keenly aware that we are only here because thousands of people in control centers, back rooms, or at their desks around the globe are waking up every day to set the scene for us. To the rest of our exceptional team who is on the ground, including, of course, our beloved families, thank you for keeping us safe, keeping us moving, and keeping us connected. This mission is ours as much as this mission is yours as much as it is ours. To me, leadership in this extreme environment is about empowering this team. It is about ensuring every single person on this crew has the space, the tools, and the support to be at their absolute best. It means practicing what we call good expeditionary skills, taking care of the station, taking care of each other, and stepping up as both a leader and a dedicated follower when the situation demands it. Our primary goal, without question, is to execute our mission safely, efficiently, and successfully. But science and station maintenance are only part of the legacy that we leave behind. My personal, ultimate goal for all of us is that when our time up here is done and we feel the pull of gravity once again, we don't just return as successful colleagues, but as even better friends than we are today. Looking around at Sergey, and Chris, as they prepare to depart, I am all smiles knowing that we have accomplished that goal thus far. Thank you so much for your hard work and dedication to station, your stimulating conversations and camaraderie, and of course, your magnificent space cakes. You will be missed. We are wishing you a wonderful journey back to planet Earth. I ja желаю вам мягкой посадки.
Thank you so much.
We will do our best to maintain the positive momentum that you imparted. For those of us remaining up here, let's look out for one another, keep laughing, and continue pushing the boundaries of human discovery. Thank you, and welcome to Expedition 75. This mission belongs to all of us.
This is Mission Control Houston, and if you're just joining us, we are covering the undocking of the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft carrying NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev. We're about 14 minutes away until the undocking command is issued. All Soyuz systems are nominal, and all teams across the world have pulled go for undocking. Here's a look at the remaining 7 crew members in this Expedition 75 crew portrait. From left to right are NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Neil Menon, Roscosmos cosmonauts Pyotr Dubrov, Andrei Fedyaev, and Anna Kikina. Next is Jack Hathaway of NASA, and then Sophie Adano of the European Space Agency there on the right. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir on the left took over command of the station from Sergey Kud-Sverchkov yesterday morning. The actual demarcation point for the end of Expedition 74 and the start of Expedition 75 will come at the time of physical separation between the two vehicles here just about 15 minutes from now. At the time of undocking, the Soyuz will begin to push away from the International Space Station by means of two separation burns. 3 minutes after physical separation, there will be a first of two separation burns. That's an 8-second burn of the Soyuz engines, followed a minute and 20 seconds later by a 15-second separation 2 burn that'll accelerate the Soyuz away from the International Space Station's Rassvet module. Then to preview what's ahead on the crew's journey home today, undocking and those separation burns are just the beginning. A bit later this morning, once Soyuz reaches a distance of 41 kilometers away from station, the spacecraft's deorbit burn will begin. This 4-minute and 42-second deorbit burn serves as a braking maneuver to slow Soyuz down, allowing it to drop out of orbit for entry into Earth's atmosphere.
Copy, working page 47.
After deorbit burn, pyrotechnics will separate the 3 sections of Soyuz, the crew, and of course strapped into their seats in the descent module with the heat shield in the direction of travel to repel temperatures that'll build up to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The parachute deployment sequence comes with 2 pilot parachutes, a drogue chute followed by the main chute that'll enable the Soyuz to slow down and descend to a landing with the soft landing engines firing just a moment before touchdown. Landing is scheduled to take place on the steppe of Kazakhstan, 91 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan at 5:25 a.m. Central this morning, and that's 3:25 p.m. in the afternoon at the landing site.
Closed M transmitter is on. Display plus TV command armed. Command sent. We transition to the approach display, and there is a TV data on VECO. Okay, copy.
This view shows a pair of Soyuz vehicles, and on the right is MS-28, where Williams, Kud-Sverchkov, and Mikaev are located. And there on the left of the screen, docked to the Prishal module on the Russian segment of the station, is the newly arrived Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft that brought NASA astronaut Neil Menon and Roscosmos cosmonauts Pyotr Dubrov and Anna Kikina to the space station last week on July 14th. We are just about 2.5 minutes away from the issuance of the undocking command, and the International Space Station is flying 260 miles over India.
Go ahead on space to ground 1.
Можно выполнять шаги 7 и 8, включение режимов записи и контроля изображения. Тебе для информации, как раз такое переключение на прием ТВ-информации с корабля будет в 54 минуты.
The switch to the video streaming from the vehicle will start at hour 54 minutes.
Да, верно.
Okay. Steps 7 and 8 to be default. concur.
Copy.
As we prepare for the issuance of the undocking command just about 8 minutes from now, all preparations have gone very smoothly. Once the undocking command occurs, a minute and a half later, the physical separation will take place, which is scheduled at 2:03 a.m. Central, 3:03 a.m. Eastern. 3 minutes later, this will be the first of 2 separation burns, an 8-second burn of the Soyuz engines, followed a minute and 20 seconds later by a 15-second separation 2 burn that will accelerate the Soyuz away from the International Space Station's Rassvet module.
Four, three.
Here's a good look at the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft on your right that you see on the screen.
0919.
At the top there is the instrumentation and propulsion module, the white section that also accommodates the solar arrays.
1213. Eliminate.
At the very bottom of your screen, that section of the orbiting module. And in the middle, that's where the crew is strapped in, the descent module, with Kud-Sverchkov in the center seat. Sergei Mikaev to his right.
You can turn on TV.
Sergei Mikaev to his left, and Chris Williams to his right.
7 and 8 are complete. Copy.
Infrared horizon sensor inhibit. Confirmed? The mode is rotation, KDO parameters nominal. Copy. Floodlight is on.
Here's a view from the cross-haired external engineering camera on the Soyuz spacecraft. In the lower left-hand corner, you'll see 2 values. The upper of the 2 shows the distance between Soyuz and the International Space Station.
At 0955.
Then at the bottom, that's the rate of closure, the relative speed Soyuz is departing the space station.
Recording mode on both screens is active. Copy. Waiting for the undock. Sending our regards to the guys, and we'll be waiting for them on the ground.
Unintelligible. Okay, TV.
We are just under 5 minutes away from the undocking command being issued.
D2, combined power not illuminated, and backup. S16 cent, not illuminated. Okay.
We are currently 4 minutes away from the issuance of the undocking command, and this command opens the hooks holding the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft to the Rassvet module it's currently docked to. A minute and a half after that, the undocking command is issued and the hooks will open. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against one another, beginning the spacecraft's journey home. All Soyuz systems reported to be in great shape, with vestibule leak checks complete. The crew is suited up in their Sokol launch and entry suits, with leak checks nominal on those, and the Rassvet hooks are open. We are just 3 minutes away until the undock command is issued.
Bridges Moscow. VHF. Inaudible. Copy loud and clear. What is on info 1?
This is Mission Control Houston, and if you're just joining us, we are covering the undocking of the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft carrying NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev. And we are just about 2 minutes until the undocking command is issued.
Before D7 command.
It will take 90 seconds for the Soyuz hooks to open and physical separation to occur. We are a minute and a half until the undocking command is issued. All station systems are go for undocking, and the Russian flight control team is receiving data from the Soyuz vehicle.
21. 20 seconds. 10. 5. 3, 2, 1.
1 minute until undocking command on time.
Command 10:00. I confirm D7 is illuminated for the internal transfer system SSVP. The probe for SM is retracted, Gas 17 executed, mechanical connection, and SSVP S8 is not illuminated.
We are under 30 seconds away from the issuance of the undocking command.
Gas 17. Please make sure that you issue the command at the time set. Copy. We're standing by for 10 seconds. 10 seconds till we issue the command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sending the command to open.
The command has been issued, and the Soyuz hooks are now driving open.
No longer illuminated, and
all systems on Soyuz and the International Space Station are a-go as the process has begun for physical separation that'll be occurring in just about a moment from now.
Illuminated.
Hooks are continuing to drive and will stand by for physical separation.
Capture is no longer illuminated. 10:02:35. Separation is confirmed 10:03:00. Go set 1.
Undocking confirmed at 2:03 a.m. Central, 3:03 a.m. Eastern, as Soyuz and the International Space Station flew 260 miles over northeast Mongolia. With Soyuz MS-28's departure, we mark the close of Expedition 74, and Expedition 75 is officially underway.
And verify that there is no FOD.
Back over to Soyuz, Williams, Kud-Sverchkov, and Mikaev are on their first leg of their trip back home.
System. Copy. And we do not see anything off nominal.
We are seconds away from the first separation burn that'll begin to accelerate the opening rate for the Soyuz from the station.
0700.
Zhezkazgan 1 for filter on PEV transfer to...
Once again, physical separation occurred at 2:03 a.m. Central, 3:03 a.m. Eastern.
Доброе утро, тебя слышит Сергей Зенкин на связи. Даем УЗ на перевод КВД МИМ-1 ТК в положение закрыто. Сообщи, когда это сделаешь.
Please report when PEV of MRM to close position. In work.
Here's a view from the cross-haired external engineering camera on the Soyuz spacecraft looking at the International Space Station. We are just under 1 minute away from that first separation burn.
Depot thrusters for departure. Activation confirmed.
Confirmation that Soyuz thrusters are now activated and the first burn is underway. That first 8-second burn is nominal and complete.
Copy.
And the first of the 2 separation burns was completed nominally. The Soyuz is now in its departure orientation. The roll maneuver is in progress.
The maneuver is complete.
Go ahead.
Combined GSO confirmed.
I put MRM-1 Soyuz PEV valve to closed position. Copy. Thank you for the report.
Soyuz is ready for second separation burn.
Depot thrusters
The second separation burn of 15 seconds in duration is currently underway. The second separation burn completed in good, and with that, Soyuz begins its departure away from the space station.
sending the command. 10:07:50 is the time when V-17 command has been sent. Now continue to page 50. Copy. Monitor on the KSP left display. BDUS 1-1 is not illuminated, 1-2 not illuminated. Repress of the KDU thrusters is not illuminated. Dynamic mode inhibit confirmed. We are prepping A11 command. Command is ready. Send the command. Command sent. Depot K1 thruster selection confirmed.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just now joining us, we're covering the undocking of the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft carrying NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev. Undocking occurred at 2:03 a.m. Central, 3:03 a.m. Eastern.
Dmitry 8 command has been prepped. D8 command sent. Internal transfer system SSVP is off. D11 is also sent. Probe retracted. We are ready to send the command for the headlight. S18 command has been sent. The headlight is off. Floodlight is off.
You're hearing instructions through the interpreter being relayed to Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, the Soyuz commander in the center seat of the Soyuz descent module, and to his left is Sergei Mikaev and Chris Williams on his right.
Controller orient. And we sent the command and sent 10:20. So we have rotational hand controller orient.
These are post-docking procedures to place the Soyuz in position for its departure from station to its ultimate distance of 41 kilometers for the deorbit burn that's scheduled 2 hours and about 20 minutes from now.
Translational hand controller unintelligible.
Контролируем параметры КДУ. Давление шар-баллона первого 170, второго 170, топливо 496.
496. And I am ready to activate, to deactivate the video. Copy. Use the display and deactivate the TV video.
Подготовлена команда «Откл ТВ», формата ТВ.
TV off command is prepped. And sent.
This is Mission Control Houston, and once again, the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft with NASA's Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev on board.
Now continue working.
They undocked from the orbiting laboratory at 2:03 a.m. Central, 3:03 a.m. Eastern, as the Soyuz and the International Space Station passed 260 miles over Magnolia.
We'll talk to you then. Well, we'll talk to you at 11:20, and we are going to page 54 at 11:20.
For Anna on
Copy.
close-out ops. Go ahead.
And we have all the settings
We completed
in place already. Anton,
link. You can proceed with steps 11.
tell me,
Thank you.
what did we decide to do with the COM? We decided to have
I understood that. I can proceed with steps 11.
running
Post-completion
COM
of step 10.
via EKTS.
That's correct.
It will have to be after the retrograde burn. It's between 12:40 and 12:55. That's when we're going to have our EKTS compass. Oh, we'll talk to you on the EKTS. So we'll stand by for you to come back at 11:20. 11:20.
МКФ, ответьте к речетам в канале УКВ. МКФ на связи. Как у вас там дела? Петр, желаю вам хорошего полета, экспедиции успешной. Ну и, конечно, будем следить за вами и ждать возвращения вовремя. Спасибо, кречеты, вам тоже хорошей дороги домой. Мягкой, сколько это возможно, посадки. Ну и быстрой реабилитации, конечно.
Ребята, давайте хорошего полета домой.
До связи.
Хорошей посадки.
Guys, have a nice flight home and soft landing.
This is Mission Control Houston, and all of the hatch closure, pre-undocking preparations, and undocking went by the book. No issues are in work, and the Soyuz is now moving away from the station to its ultimate distance of 41 kilometers away from station to set up for the deorbit burn that is scheduled 2 hours and 16 minutes from now. The deorbit burn is scheduled at 4:31 a.m. Central Time. It'll be 4 minutes and 42 seconds. This retrograde braking maneuver to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second will allow it to drop out of orbit for descent back to Earth. In Kazakhstan, the members of the search and recovery team have arrived to the interim staging site, which is 91 miles to the northwest of the landing site itself. This is Mission Control Houston. The Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft will soon pass out of visual range of the external cameras you see here on the International Space Station. And as we just saw, the entry process begins with the undocking of Soyuz. That occurred a short time ago at 2:03 a.m. Central, 3:03 a.m. Eastern. The Soyuz is backing away to a distance of about 41 kilometers away from space station for its deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is a 4-minute, 42-second retrograde braking maneuver to slow the Soyuz down and allow it to drop out of Earth's orbit. Pyrotechnics will then separate the 3 sections of the Soyuz. Once the separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz, the first major activity after that will be the command to open the chutes. First the drogue chutes, then the main. And then just a few seconds before touchdown, the soft landing thrusters will fire just 1 to 2 seconds above the ground. That is the final braking maneuver to soften the landing for the crew on board, and the Soyuz will be home. Landing is scheduled for 5:25 a.m. Central Time, which is 3:25 p.m. at the landing site in Kazakhstan. That landing site is about 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, where the Rosaviatsa Search and Recovery Forces have arrived, and in a few hours will head to the airfield there to board Russian Mi-8 helicopters and make their way down to the landing site for the recovery of the crew. With Soyuz safely on its way from station for the final leg of the journey home, we'll sign off briefly while Soyuz continues moving away from station to its point of the deorbit burn, 41 kilometers away. We'll be back with that deorbit burn coverage, along with entry and landing of the Soyuz MS-28 beginning at 4:15 a.m. Central, 5:15 a.m. Eastern. That coverage will continue through the time the crew has landed, extracted from the Soyuz, and brought into the nearby medical tent. We'll be back with you in less than 2 hours from now for all of that activity, and in the meantime, Soyuz MS-28 is safely on the way to the point of deorbit burn to bring home Chris Williams, Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, and Sergei Mikaev. This is Mission Control Houston.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us for the landing of the three crew members aboard the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev. After undocking at 2:03 a.m. Central Time, the Soyuz is next scheduled to conduct its deorbit burn, scheduled for 4:31 a.m. Central Time, coming up in just about 16 minutes. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire Mustachio, live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams are monitoring the crews and operations aboard the orbiting laboratory as well as MS-28. The flight director tonight is Anthony Varia, and Capcom, or capsule communicator to his right, is NASA astronaut Anne McLean. She's communicating with the astronauts aboard the station. You will hear some other voices tonight, those being Russian voices. That would be the capsule communicator for the Soyuz MS-28 itself. This is a balcony view of the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, a town outside of Moscow. That's the team that will be controlling all of tonight's landing operations. Our three spacefarers coming home tonight, the crew of the Soyuz MS-28, include NASA astronaut Chris Williams, completing his first spaceflight, Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, completing his second spaceflight, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Mikaev, completing his first spaceflight. This mission totaled 241 days, during which the crew completed 3,856 orbits of Earth and traveled over 102 million miles. Again, this view in the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. Meanwhile, the landing team is preparing to depart aboard helicopters for the landing site from the airfield in Zhezkazgan. They will board and depart on those helicopters approximately the same time as the deorbit burn, now 14 minutes from now. Again, that coming up at 4:31 a.m. Central Time. That burn will last approximately 4 minutes and 42 seconds and slow the Soyuz spacecraft down enough to drop it out of orbit, re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and begin that parachute sequence before landing at 5:25 a.m. Central Time on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Currently at the landing site, it's about 88 degrees Fahrenheit with a visibility of 6 miles and 24-mile-per-hour winds. Following landing, the crew will be extracted from the spacecraft, moved into chairs, and eventually into the medical tent for post-landing checkouts. That's where they will change out of their Sokol launch and entry suits and into some more comfortable clothing before each boarding their own helicopter back to Karaganda. That's where the crew will split up, with NASA astronaut Chris Williams boarding a plane back to Houston and the Roscosmos cosmonauts boarding their plane back to the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center. Earlier this evening, we saw Soyuz hatch closure, that coming at 10:45 p.m. Central Time. Williams, Kud-Sverchkov, and Mikaev all boarding the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft that brought them to the International Space Station 241 days ago, waving a final farewell to their crew members. On the space station side, you can see Pyotr Dubrov preparing the hatch seal, making sure it's clean from any foreign object debris, and then eventually closing the space station side of the hatch. Once that hatch closure was complete, again, 10:45 p.m. Central Time, the crew performed leak checks and systems checks, ensuring their spacecraft was ready to go, and they donned or put on their white Sokol launch and entry suits.
Moscow, Pritchett. 12:22:00. We are ready to issue the maneuver command and properly set the command up and be ready. The command has been set.
At
13:22:00, we sent the IKV inhibit command, and the IKV notification is no longer illuminated. The inhibit went through. And then we're sending the SKD -8.
Those voices you hear are coming from the Soyuz crew, namely Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, who serves as the commander of the MS-28 spacecraft, to and from mission control here in the town of Koryov outside of Moscow. That's the view on your screen, and the interpreter that is relaying their communications back for all of us. We are now 8 minutes and 24 seconds away from the deorbit burn.
We are prepping up the command, the C3 command, and the command has been set.
Again, we saw Soyuz hatch closure at 10:45 p.m. Central Time tonight. At 2:03 a.m. Central Time, as the International Space Station was flying over northeast Mongolia, the hooks on the spacecraft were opened, and the Soyuz MS-28 undocked from the station, taking with it Sergei Mikaev in the left seat as board engineer 1, Chris Williams in the right seat as board engineer 2, and commander of the spacecraft, Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, in the center seat.
At 12:30:58, we're going to be monitoring for SKD -1, the SKD -1. Copy. And verify if you see the maneuver on the display. We do. And
upon departure of the Soyuz MS-28, Expedition 75 officially began aboard the International Space Station.
Continue providing a running commentary and report, even if we do not respond. At 12:35, we are also scheduling a YKTS session, and R3 notification will be illuminated.
То есть примерно через 2 минуты. Также будем ожидать вас на связь. Там будет короткий сеанс в течение одной.
So we'll be also waiting for you to come back and talk to us in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. It's going to be a very short calm session. Anton, what are the times again? So,
as you just saw, this evening's return to Earth for the Soyuz MS-28 crew began with the undocking from the International Space Station's Rassvet module at 2:03 a.m. Central Time. That's when springs on both sides of the docking interface pushed off against each other and gave us that physical separation. Next up in this animation is the deorbit burn. That is scheduled for 4:31 a.m. Central Time. It's a retrograde burn, and it lasts 4 minutes 42 seconds. And it'll slow the Soyuz spacecraft down by 128 meters per second, which is enough to drop it out of Earth's orbit for a high-speed re-entry into the atmosphere. At 4:59 a.m. Central, the three portions of the Soyuz will pyrotechnically separate and leave the orbital module and propulsion module to burn up in the atmosphere, while the descent module and its three crew members will begin re-entering the atmosphere, reaching up to 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Once the crew is out of that plasma regime, which lasts about 5 minutes, the parachutes will begin to open. First, 2 pilot parachutes and then a drogue chute, and finally, the main parachute that will guide the spacecraft down in its 15-minute descent. Just about 2 seconds before the crew touches down on the steppe of Kazakhstan, some soft landing engines fire. That will wrap up the 241-day mission for the Soyuz MS-28 crew. That deorbit burn now less than 5 minutes away. The Soyuz spacecraft that we are focused on today is composed of 3 different pieces, which you can see in this expanded view, and in total it makes up a length of about 24.5 feet. Now the upper portion, the more spherical or bulbous area, is the orbital module, and that includes the rendezvous antenna and the docking probe. That piece does not return home. That will be a portion that burns up upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. The next is the center section, and it's the descent module. This portion does return to Earth and protects the 3 crew members inside of it. That's where the crew are at this time. They are in their Sokol suits and in their designated seats. This segment also holds the life support and guidance, navigation, and control systems. Last but not least, the lower portion is the propulsion module, which houses the engines and other instruments necessary to maneuver Soyuz, including during the deorbit burn. Again, we are now just about 3 minutes away from that deorbit burn. That will slow the Soyuz spacecraft down to 100. It will slow it down by 128 miles per hour. And as we prepare for that deorbit burn, confirmation that the first helicopters have departed Zhezkazgan for the landing site. It's about a 92-mile distance from that town. After the helicopters arrive and the Soyuz crew has landed, they will also land in a racetrack fashion before helping the crew out of the Soyuz spacecraft, helping them into the medical tent, and then eventually reboarding those helicopters and departing for Karaganda. Speaking of the recovery team members, again, those helicopters, the first set have departed Zhezkazgan for the landing site about 92 miles away. There are a handful of recovery assets we'll see in play once the spacecraft gets back or gets closer to Earth. That includes those Mi-8 helicopters delivering the NASA and Roscosmos team members supporting the crew members' return. And there will also be Russian search and recovery forces on ATVs that will approach the capsule. There will also be an Antonov fixed-wing aircraft. This acts as sort of a command and control center between the spacecraft back to Russian mission control personnel. This is what will relay the voice and the data from Soyuz and the flight controllers at the mission control center in Moscow.
Telemetry confirms Zhezkazgan is lit. Copy. Input 1, display control.
15 seconds from the deorbit burn start.
I confirm. Engine fired. Thruster fired. SKD firing.
We have confirmation that the deorbit burn has begun. Again, this is a 4-minute, 42-second firing of the engines on the propulsion module. This commits the spacecraft to dropping out of orbit and re-entering Earth's atmosphere, slowing it down by 128 meters per second.
3-second duration, 30 kilos usage. We gained 14.5 meters. Copy.
One minute now into the deorbit burn. Again, a 4-minute, 42-second burn, committing the Soyuz MS-28 crew return to Earth.
28.5 is gained. All nominal. Copy.
Continuing to hear good calls that everything is nominal or as expected for this burn.
$1.5 SKD, firing duration, consumption 96, gain 42 meters, acceleration 0.45, full nominal, copy.
Now,
2-minute firing duration, consumption 128, gain 55.5 meters, acceleration 0.46, parameters nominal, copy.
At 2 minutes and 21 seconds, we are now halfway through the deorbit burn of 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Everything continuing to be reported as nominal or as expected.
2.5 firing duration, consumption 160 kilos, gain unintelligible, acceleration 0.46, parameters nominal, copy.
Continuing to get good calls. Again, this is a retrograde burn happening in the direction of which the crew is traveling that helps slow the spacecraft down. Now 3 minutes into the deorbit burn.
First section pass, over 2 minutes, 193 kilos, gain 82.7, acceleration 0.46, parameters nominal, copy.
Three 3.5
minutes, firing duration, Assumption. Inaudible gain 107 meters. Acceleration 0.46. Parameters nominal. Copy.
Now less than a minute left of the deorbit burn. Continuing to get good calls that everything is proceeding as planned.
SKD 4-minute firing duration 256 kilos, gained 110.5 meters, acceleration 0.46, parameters nominal.
30 seconds left in the burn.
Waiting for 10 seconds.
Standing by for deorbit burn cutoff and completion.
Есть ГК. Есть подключены термодатчики. Есть
thermal sensors active.
Есть запуск программы разделения прогресс.
Separation program started for gases.
Есть разделение ПГЦ. Запуск программы.
12:46. Copy.
Confirmation of a successful deorbit burn, which began at 4:31 a.m. Central Time and lasted 4 minutes and 42 seconds, committing the crew to returning to Earth.
Nominal. Oil pressure decreasing. Copy.
Так, количество по мосту. Передайте, пожалуйста, величину полного отработанного импульса.
Please report the full pulse magnitude 127.99.
Принято 127.99.
127.99.
Again, we're targeting landing this morning at 5:25 a.m. Central Time, which will be 3:25 p.m. local time in Kazakhstan.
Working for page 62.
Everything has proceeded as planned and by the book today, from hatch closure to undocking, now through the deorbit burn. Just about 5 minutes after the deorbit burn is complete, the orbital module will be depressurized to a vacuum and set up the systems for the pyrotechnic separation of the modules. That separation is scheduled for 4:59 a.m. Central Time.
All right, Gretchens are flying back home.
Following separation at 4:59 a.m. Central, the heat shield will be oriented in the direction which the crew is traveling in preparation for entry interface. That entry interface will happen about 3 minutes after separation, and that'll be the first time for the crew to feel the effects of gravity since launch day. 2 minutes after the entry interface is the peak heating. That's also called the plasma regime. It's quite literally plasma building up around the spacecraft, as the peak heating is about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat shield helps repel those high temperatures. This is approximately about the same time they'll experience the max G load, about 4 Gs. While the crew is in the plasma regime, we also expect close to 5 minutes of no communication. That is due to the plasma buildup around the spacecraft. Once they have exited, we hope to regain communication with the Antonov aircraft near the landing site. You'll hear a beacon signal as that occurs. This is also just before parachute deployment and about 15 minutes prior to landing. The command to open those chutes should be triggered at 5:11 a.m. Central Time. That's when we'll see the 2 pilot parachutes, then the drogue chute, and finally the main parachute. We are 45 minutes away now from the landing of Soyuz MS-28 and NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev from their 241-day mission on the International Space Station.
Chris, it's Moscow. How you copy? I cannot copy. I can. Well, I have noise. Same here. Moscow, Prechets. Very strong interference. I cannot read you. We proceed. Page 62. Step 12. Knee pad tightened. Rotational hand controller is in transportation position. Copy. Row in transportation. Knee pads secured. Good copy.
As the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft continues to increase its distance from the International Space Station, we could begin to see some or hear some ratty communications or choppy communications.
Readiness mode.
Additionally, we have confirmation that all Mi-8 helicopters are now airborne and heading toward the landing site. They took off from Zhezkazgan and are heading toward that landing site again about 92 miles southeast of the town. At the landing site today, approximately 88 degrees Fahrenheit, a very Houston-themed welcome home for NASA astronaut Chris Williams, completing his first mission to the International Space Station.
It's Moscow.
Again, the next major milestone for the crew coming up at module separation. That'll be at 4:59 a.m. Central Time. Meanwhile, the International Space Station itself, traveling 262 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, approaching the east coast of Africa. And again, we are live here in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. However, this view coming to you live from the Mission Control Center in Koryov, just outside of Moscow. This is where the Roscosmos team is monitoring and commanding tonight's return of Soyuz MS-28. As we stand by for that separation in about 15 minutes, some of the research that Chris Williams conducted while aboard the International Space Station contributed to research for new cancer treatments, advanced the production of materials to improve computers and electronics, and ventured into the vacuum of space to complete 2 spacewalks. Again, his first mission at 241 days. Some of the cancer treatments that Williams worked on while aboard the International Space Station investigate rod-shaped materials, which are DNA-inspired materials that form more evenly and consistently, and that may improve their performance and readiness for treatments here on Earth. Additional research investigated protein crystals, which form better structures in space than they do on Earth and allow researchers to better understand how to target and treat disease. One of the studies that Williams performed research into with these protein crystals is with a project that aims to develop a new formula for a cancer treatment that could be taken orally. He also conducted research to grow semiconductor crystals in space, where crystals of the desired size can much more easily be produced than they are on Earth. Previous research shows that these space-grown crystals can offer increased performance to help advance technologies like high-performance computers, artificial intelligence, and medical devices. And of course, some of the research that happens in space is on the crew members themselves. The astronauts collect biological samples like blood and urine to help scientists understand how long-duration spaceflight helps or affects the human body. As the clock ticks closer to landing, now less than 39 minutes away, we are again seeing everything proceed as scheduled tonight. Most recently, we had the deorbit burn. That was a 4-minute and 42-second burn. That burn taking place at 4:31 a.m. Central Time. And the next major milestone being that separation of the 3 modules on the Soyuz spacecraft, targeted for about 12 minutes from now. And again, teams on the ground all continuing to make their preparations for the recovery of the 3 crew members. All helicopters now en route to the landing site. Ten minutes now from the pyrotechnic separation of the Soyuz modules. Again, the Soyuz spacecraft being composed of 3 different pieces, 2 of which do not return to Earth. They will burn up on re-entry in the Earth's atmosphere, and 1 carrying the precious cargo of our crew members, which will return to Earth. That is the center section. That's the descent module. The crew has been suited. Their Sokol launch and entry suits that they also wore on launch day have been in that module since undocking, in their seats and preparing to come home. Upon the pyrotechnic separation, the heat shields will be oriented forward or towards the direction of travel. That helps ablate some of the heat buildup. Again, the expected peak heating is about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. And just 35 minutes from now, we expect to see the Soyuz spacecraft touch down on the steppe of Kazakhstan. About 8 minutes now from the pyrotechnic separation of the Soyuz modules. And though we have these 3 spacefarers coming home, we still have 7 more remaining to live and work on the International Space Station. That includes NASA's Jessica Meir, now commander of the space station, Jack Hathaway and Neil Minin, Sophie Adano of ESA, and Anna Kikina, Pyotr Dubrov, and Andrei Fedyaev of Roscosmos. That is your Expedition 75 crew. Expedition 75 officially began at 2:03 a.m. Central Time when Soyuz MS-28 undocked from the Rassvet module. If you're just joining us, we are covering the return of the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft with NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev after 241 days on the International Space Station. As the Soyuz spacecraft gets farther from the space station, we do end up potentially having dropouts of communication or spotty communication. We also expect to have less or a loss of communication during the plasma buildup upon re-entry. However, as they exit that plasma regime, we will have them regain communications with the Antonov aircraft that is flying in vicinity of the landing site. Landing coming up in 32 minutes, scheduled for 5:25 a.m. Central Time. Everything has gone as planned tonight with the deorbit burn at 4:31 a.m. Central. And coming up next, the pyrotechnic separation of the Soyuz modules. That will be at 4:59 a.m. Central, so just about 5 minutes from now.
Кречется по Москве.
Кречет Moscow.
Кречется по Москве.
Кречет Moscow. Moscow кречет.
На связи кречется.
Go ahead, кречет. How copy? In VHF.
Очень неразборчиво.
Not clearly. Copy.
Слышим вас хорошо.
We copy you loud and clear.
Again, those voices you hear are the crew aboard the Soyuz MS-28, specifically Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, serving as the commander.
Page 62, separation program.
Также контролируем прохождение
Monitor.
программы разделения.
And also monitor the checkpoints of separation program. Whenever possible, please keep reporting.
Kud-Sverchkov is speaking with the team here in this room that you see on your screen, Soyuz or Roscosmos Mission Control in Koryov, just outside of Moscow, discussing the upcoming separation of the modules about 2 minutes from now.
Unintelligible. Automatic controlled descent. Copy. Controlled descent. Confirmed. AUS selection on descent display confirmed. Copy. Automated controlled descent is displayed on descent or spusк format.
Standing by for separation of the modules. Continuing to hear good calls between the crew and mission control in Moscow.
Unintelligible. We have confirmation that module separation
has occurred. Again, everything will start happening pretty quickly now. Next milestone will be entry interface coming up at 5:02 a.m. Central Time. The heat shield on the spacecraft is now oriented in the direction which the crew is traveling in preparation for that entry interface. And again, entry interface will be the first time that the crew feels gravity since launch day. Now that separation is complete, the orbital module, descent module, and propulsion module are all separated. Again, the only portion that will return back to Earth, landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan less than 25 minutes from now, is the descent module, where the crew are in their Sokol launch and entry suits and in their seats. We are standing by for entry interface to begin. Shortly after entry interface, the crew will enter the peak heating time frame. That's also known as the plasma regime, during which the capsule's exterior will experience about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, but the crew will be kept nice and cool inside as the heat shield repels those high temperatures. While they are in that plasma regime, we do not expect to have communications with them for about 4 to 5 minutes, as the plasma prevents communications to and from the spacecraft. However, once they exit that plasma regime, approximately 5:09 a.m. Central Time, the Antonov aircraft will begin trying to reestablish communications with the crew. This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just joining us, you're watching the live return of the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft from a 241-day mission aboard the International Space Station, carrying NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Mikaev and Sergey Kud-Sverchkov back to Earth. Everything has gone as planned tonight, most recently seeing the modules of the Soyuz spacecraft separate, and we now anticipate the crew and the spacecraft are in the entry interface and momentarily should be entering the plasma regime. Again, this lasts about 4 or 5 minutes, during which plasma builds up around the outside of the spacecraft as it re-enters Earth's atmosphere. This is a time period in which we do not expect to have communications, as that plasma buildup prevents it to and from the spacecraft. However, we'll be standing by for regaining communications once they have exited that plasma regime. During this time, entry interface, the crew is beginning to feel the effects of gravity for the first time in 8 months. While we're in this plasma regime and don't expect to hear communications from the crew for the next several minutes, a little bit of a look ahead of what you can expect once they are out of that plasma regime. Again, you'll probably hear a beeping sound that's establishing communications with the Antonov aircraft near the landing site. Shortly after exiting that plasma regime, again, we are expecting that to come around 5:09 a.m. Central Time. We will see the command to open the parachutes at 5:11 a.m. Central Time, so very quickly. These are triggered by a barometric pressure sensor at an altitude of 41,000 feet. We'll first have 2 pilot parachutes that deploy, and after that, they extract the drogue chute. The drogue chute will then bring out the main parachute, and all of this from pilot chutes to main chute only takes about 20 seconds for the entire process, so very fast. The Mi-8 helicopters with the recovery crew are en route to the landing site, again, about 92 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan in Kazakhstan. They will land only once the capsule has touched down in a sequential fashion. Now, once the capsule reaches about 21,325 feet, a barometric pressure sensor starts a timer that triggers most of the remaining events in the landing sequence. One of these is some venting that you may see, and that is at about 18,045 feet. Some commands are issued to jettison the heat shield, inhibit the entry control thrusters, and open valves to vent all of the hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. This will look like a white vapor venting into the air, and that makes the vehicle safer upon landing. So there aren't going to be any hazardous gases remaining in the tanks when those soft landing thrusters fire just before touchdown. And because those gases will have been vented, the search and recovery teams will be able to approach the spacecraft very quickly. And again, just before touchdown, just about 2 seconds before landing, if we have visuals, you may see short thruster firing. This helps slow the spacecraft down even more for a little bit of a softer landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. The crew continues their journey and re-entry through Earth's atmosphere. Again, we are still in that plasma regime time frame and do not have communications with the crew at this time as expected. We expect about 1 more minute left in this plasma regime, and during that time, the Antonov aircraft and the crew will begin trying to make contact with each other. We are now 17 minutes away from our anticipated landing time, 5:25 a.m. Central Time, 3:25 p.m. local time in Kazakhstan.
Встреча, СМ-6 Moscow. Everything's fine on board. And we are in the controlled descent mode. 4 seconds is the atmospheric mist.
Confirmation from the crew that they are in the controlled descent now through the plasma regime and having regained communications with mission control in Moscow.
3 Gs.
Again, the next milestone coming at 5:11 a.m. We will have the command to open the parachutes. First, those 2 pilot parachutes, then a drogue chute, and finally the main orange and white parachute that we are accustomed to seeing. Now, just about 15 minutes away from the return of Soyuz MS-28 to Earth.
2 Gs.
Crew reporting the G levels they're experiencing aboard the spacecraft. Again, the first time in 8 months that they've felt the forces of gravity.
All right, guys, tighten the straps. Get ready for the deployment of the parachute. They're all tight. Good.
We are standing by for confirmation of parachute deploy. Again, we have good confirmation that the crew is through the entry interface and on to the next steps in this return process, landing now less than 14 minutes away. This view coming from Mission Control in Moscow. We are standing by for potential views from the landing site. When we receive those, we'll make sure to share them. However, everything continuing as scheduled today for the return of Soyuz MS-28. And there you have it, Soyuz MS-28 descending to Earth under the main parachute. Now just 13 minutes away from touchdown, 5:25 a.m. on the steppe of Kazakhstan. And as we mentioned previously, you are seeing some of that venting. This helps get rid of the hydrogen peroxide and oxygen fuels that help make the vehicle safer upon landing, so that those hazardous gases won't be remaining when the recovery teams approach the capsule. Again, this view coming from a balcony camera in Mission Control outside of Moscow. And that's the live view on the center of your screen of Soyuz MS-28 returning under its main parachute, slowing it down for a touchdown on Earth. A 241-day mission aboard the International Space Station coming to a close. We did see that white venting as expected, and that has looked to have subsided at this point. We did hear confirmation from the crew that everything was nominal or as expected on board, as it has been throughout today's procedures. Coming up on the 10-minute mark until we see Soyuz MS-28 and NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev touch down back on Earth. That's the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft suspended under the orange and white parachute. That parachute itself covers 1,000 That parachute itself covering about 1,000 square feet.
All right, the seats are primed. We confirm SR pressure is dropping.
A correction, that main parachute covering an area of 1,000 meters. It's slowing the capsule down to about 16 miles per hour. Quite a contrast from the 17,500 miles per hour this crew was traveling just 3 hours ago.
Forces, how do you copy me? This is Cratchit. We read you loud and clear. Ballistic miss is 4 seconds. We are in the controlled automatic descent. We see you guys. Greetings. Cratchit 1 feeling great. Cratchit 2 feeling good. Cratchit 3 feeling amazing. That is good news, guys.
Confirmation from the crew themselves that they are all feeling good, great, and amazing upon their return to Earth. Again, expecting touchdown less than 9 minutes from now. The crew also has a voice and visual with the search and recovery forces. This video coming as those Russian search and recovery ATVs continue making their way toward the anticipated landing site.
The altitude of the Soyuz. This is Hot Mike from the search and rescue forces. Unintelligible. Search and Cratchit, search and rescue forces. What's your altitude? Hot Mike. Can you hear the noise? Search and rescue forces talking to each other. Could you repeat your last? This is Cratchit.
3 километра 750 метров.
Our altitude is 3 kilometers 750 meters. Oxidizer. Drop.
Надув второй 11, да. Медленно уходит почему?
Right, it's moving very slowly.
So
what was the report from the crew? These are search and rescue forces.
As the crew continues drifting down to Earth under that parachute, we are now expecting landing in about 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Again, targeted for 5:25 a.m. Central Time, 3:25 p.m. local time in Kazakhstan.
Barometric altitude on the input panel is 3 kilometers.
The next major milestone, and especially or essentially the final milestone just before landing, is the soft landing engine firing. This is when 6 engines will fire to slow the descent rate to 1.5 meters per second, so just over 3 miles an hour, when Soyuz is less than 1 meter above the ground. So the spacecraft now traveling about 16 miles per hour ahead of those soft landing engines that fire just before touchdown to help ease the return to Earth. And a reminder that radio beacon that you hear is completely normal. This is establishing communications, that beacon coming from the spacecraft. And if you're just tuning in ahead of touchdown, we have confirmation that the crew is all feeling well aboard the spacecraft.
We are going to be closing the hatch while you're going to be moving. I'm thinking we should grab unintelligible and give it to Boris. Did you, where are they? They're in the white cover. Or you can tell Boris to retrieve them. Well, I'll either ask or do it myself. The altitude is 1890.
Again, you're hearing communications to and from the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft. Voice you're hearing, that of Commander Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, Roscosmos cosmonaut, speaking with the mission control team in Moscow.
And just the ground forces. Guys, we see you. We are on your right.
And they do have communications with the search and recovery team members. Once we get those views back of the returning crew, we will share them. Now less than 3 minutes away from touchdown.
Hot mic from the rescue forces.
Ответил. А крышка над ним прям идет. Да, наблюдаю. Хорошо. Все, крышечка, да? А, крышка правее чуть-чуть и выше.
You see the tower? It's a little bit to the right and above.
Перекись на 7 остановилась.
The oxidizer stopped at 7.
Less than 2 minutes away from an anticipated touchdown of Soyuz MS-28.
Moving down.
Again, conditions at the landing site, visibility about 6 miles with 24-mile-per-hour winds and 88 degrees Fahrenheit.
Hot mic.
1 minute now from our expected touchdown time. Again, next major milestone you'll see are the soft landing engines fire.
This is Precious. I'm getting to 900 meters.
Just before touchdown, you'll see the 6 engines fire as Soyuz is about a meter above the ground to further slow their descent.
Hold your arms close to the body and please do not speak. And this is going to stay true all the way until landing.
Landing now less than 30 seconds away, crew receiving final instructions as they prepare for touchdown. Standing by for landing.
Reference altitude, get ready for landing. Hot mic for the rescue forces.
Выполняю возврат на базу 3626.
Brace for landing. Get ready for landing. We're ready.
Touchdown. After 241 days in space, Chris Williams, Sergei Mikaev, and Sergey Kud-Sverchkov have returned to their home planet at 5:27 a.m. Central Time, 3:27 p.m. in Kazakhstan.
The Soyuz is on its side, and there is no fire. That's the rescue forces reporting. All right, and the helicopters are approaching to land.
Just before landing, you saw that soft landing engine fire slowing the descent. I also heard the call that the Soyuz is on its side. This is not uncommon for the Soyuz, and the crew will be extracted from the spacecraft upon the recovery forces arriving at the capsule.
I'll be the first. And you are landing, right?
As you can see here, one of those ATVs and a helicopter beginning to approach and prepare for landing and extraction of the crew back on Earth after 8 months in space.
Take to the right. I can see the cover. Made it on the ground. Okay.
If you're just joining us, confirmation of landing 5:27 a.m. Central Time, Soyuz MS-28 and its 3 crew members now back on planet Earth.
Cosmos.
The recovery teams are starting to arrive. They will begin to extract or remove the crew from the spacecraft before helping them into chairs and eventually a pop-up medical tent. That's where the crew members will conduct their first inspections after having returned to Earth. They will change into some more comfortable clothing and each board an individual helicopter and fly back to the city of Karaganda.
Don't delay. Well, the cover draws. One more time, the coordinates.
The helicopters you see landing now departed the Zhezkazgan airport at the time of the deorbit burn. That deorbit burn taking place at 4:31 a.m. Central Time. Everything happening by the book today for a very picturesque landing.
Landing confirmed for the helicopter. 9:48 landing.
Again, as these search and recovery teams continue to arrive at the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft, just a quick recap of their mission. Having completed 241 days in space, this crew saw 3,856 orbits of the Earth and 102,254,355 miles traveled in total. Just 3.5 hours ago, the crew was still docked to the International Space Station, their undocking coming at 2:03 a.m. Central Time.
Search and rescue.
And in this view, you can see the spacecraft on its side. Again, not an uncommon position for the Soyuz after landing.
Copy.
The crew will be extracted from a hatch on the top of the spacecraft. So now that the Soyuz spacecraft is on its side, they will be taken from the side where you see the people standing. Again, confirmation of landing of the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, 5:27 a.m. Central Time, 3:27 p.m. local time. Again, landing about 92 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan in Kazakhstan. As you can see, the search and recovery teams continue to arrive on those ATVs and helicopters.
Search and rescue exchange.
696, switching to 29. This is 29. Are the vertical forces all on the ground? Not all of them. 400 is on the ground.
Again, successful return of the Soyuz MS-27. NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Soyuz MS-28 with NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Mikaev and Sergey Kud-Sverchkov back on Earth. Teams in the Kazakh desert are now preparing to remove the crew from the Soyuz spacecraft. The spacecraft is on its side. Again, not an uncommon orientation for Soyuz upon landing.
Inaudible. Four 29 696. Go ahead. all of the helicopters.
Still getting great views from the landing site in Kazakh desert as teams prepare to remove the 3 crew members from Soyuz MS-28. We'll stay on air until we see them extracted from the spacecraft. They will then move into a pop-up medical tent for their initial checkouts upon return to Earth before boarding individual helicopters and making their way to Karaganda. Once in Karaganda, Chris Williams will board the NASA plane and make his journey home back to Houston. And the Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergei Mikaev and Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center plane. This will be the first time this crew has split up in 8 months.
Unintelligible.
Now, once the crew members are extracted from the spacecraft, you will see them placed in chairs. Again, this is the first time this crew has been on Earth in 241 days, so we give them a little bit of time to get their land legs back. Those chairs will be carried to the medical tent. This is standard procedure for any of our crews returning. If you've ever watched a crew return aboard a SpaceX Dragon, you see the same thing on the recovery ship where they are helped into waiting stretchers and then moved into the medical bay. It's a very similar procedure here. You can see those chairs ready and waiting for the 3 crew members once they are taken out of the spacecraft.
Let's go ahead and form a corridor. Please move to the right and to the left. Left and right.
Landing happening just over 10 minutes ago, and the recovery forces on the scene very quickly today with great visuals for us as we watched from home. And again, these chairs are where we will see our 3 crew members once they are taken out of the spacecraft and get their first breath of fresh air in 8 months.
Excellent. Everything is excellent.
Continuing to get good calls and good reports. Again, as they were descending under the parachute and on their way toward the landing site, we heard that the crew members were feeling good, great, and amazing. Again, everything very by the book today. We had hatch closure at 10:45 p.m. Central Time yesterday on July 25th. Undocking at 2:03 a.m. Central Time today, July 26th, and landing at 5:27 a.m. Central Time, 3:27 p.m. local time in Kazakhstan.
Sasha, does everything look fine or not?
As you can see, the hatch is open on the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft. Getting your first look inside Soyuz MS-28. You can see the crew in their Sokol launch and entry suits. Again, the same suits that they wore on launch day. They are now wearing for their return to Earth. Inside the spacecraft, Sergey Kud-Sverchkov is in the center seat. He's the commander of the Soyuz MS-28. He was also the commander of the International Space Station before handing that over to NASA astronaut Jessica Meir yesterday in a traditional change of command ceremony. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is in the right seat, and Sergei Mikaev is in the left seat.
There's a problem with the tripod. Okay, Alexei, everything is fine. Alexei, it is just fine. It's not gonna get any better. Sergey, make sure that you're ready. Please be careful. It is moving.
We're preparing to see the crew taken out of the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft. And the first crew member has been taken out of the spacecraft, again, having landed just about 15 minutes ago, 5:27 a.m. Central Time. All crew members are carried to these chairs. This gives them a few minutes to regain their equilibrium after about 8 months in microgravity. And that's Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, Roscosmos cosmonaut, commander of Soyuz MS-28. He was in the center seat, and that's the voice you heard most speaking with the team in mission control in Moscow.
Hello, Sergey. Do not open your eyes. Do not move.
After landing and being taken out of the spacecraft, doctors and flight surgeons will check on the crew members. We have the NASA team there to check on Chris Williams as he returns to Earth. The NASA teams work closely with the astronauts in the weeks and months before and after their return to Earth to make sure they're healthy and help them readjust to gravity.
Cameras. Please lower your cameras.
Again, landing at 5:27 a.m. Central Time, we have Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergey Kud-Sverchkov out of the spacecraft. Kud-Sverchkov now has he has totaled 426 days in space on his 2 space flights.
Sasha, do not film anything. I'm not.
If you're just joining us, we are standing by for the other two crew members to be removed from the Soyuz spacecraft. We had a nominal or as expected return to Earth for Soyuz MS-28. Roscosmos cosmonaut and commander of Soyuz MS-28, Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, has already been taken out of the spacecraft and carried to the chair where he will begin his recovery process. We are also standing by for Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Mikaev and, of course, NASA astronaut Chris Williams.
Where are you moving? Where are you moving?
Sergei Mikaev now being taken out of the spacecraft. Again, the crew members are not allowed to walk. They have been in space for 8 months. They are all carried to their chairs where they begin waiting and get their first checks from the doctors and nurses on the ground. Once all 3 crew members are out and have been in these chairs for a moment, they will then be carried in the chairs to the nearby medical tent. And again, this is standard procedure for all returns from space. Down on the bottom right of your screen, NASA photographer Bill Ingalls. And here, Sergey Kud-Sverchkov returning again his second space flight now with 426 days in space.
Sergey, usually we ask you how you feel. And, well, I am feeling better and better with each moment, and I'm glad that we were found. Do you have any greeting words? I would like to thank everyone who supported this landing. Everything was smooth and perfect. Everything is just excellent.
Those words coming from Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergey Kud-Sverchkov, thanking everyone who supported the landing, and again, everything pretty textbook today for the return to Earth of the Soyuz MS-28 crew. We are standing by for the final crew member to be removed from the spacecraft. That's NASA astronaut Chris Williams.
Do we have sunglasses somewhere? The temperature is 24 to 25 degrees, and it doesn't really change.
Sergey Kud-Sverchkov on your left and Sergei Mikaev on your right. And we are now seeing NASA astronaut Chris Williams being taken out of the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft. One of the team members there, NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli. Williams all smiles at the completion of his first mission, 241 days in space. All three crew members now out of the Soyuz spacecraft, which landed at 5:27 a.m. Central Time, 3:27 p.m. local time in Kazakhstan.
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, good.
Yep. Check the vitals and just keep your head in a lock position.
Take off these gloves.
As you see, NASA medical team members attending to Williams. These are all standard checks upon return to Earth, especially for someone who has spent 8 months in space. They will check his vital signs, make sure he's feeling good before carrying him into that medical tent for some further checks. He is still in his Sokol launch and entry suit, waving undoubtedly to the camera and everyone watching back home, some here in Mission Control Houston.
Yeah. That feels very nice.
Hey, Jason,
Chris is out of the capsule.
Wet rags, towels on your head.
Looking good. Feeling good. Not too bad. Feeling well. Unique experience. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a little bit of a roller coaster. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, when Nancy Saturday came down on Dragon.
No. Yes, we have taken photographs.
Sergei Mikaev also wrapping up his first trip to space, 241 days.
Sergey, the State Commission and the Mission Control Center are asking about how you feel, and also they're asking about your opinion about the rescue forces support. I'm feeling fine. I thought it would be much worse, and I expected different sensations, but everything is just fine. I feel great. I haven't gotten used to the Earth's gravity. The rescue forces have done a great job, and I would like to thank everyone and pass my greetings to everyone. Everything is fine.
NASA astronaut Chris Williams, again, 241 days in space. He was selected as an astronaut in 2021. During this mission, he also completed 2 spacewalks, totaling 14 hours and 22 minutes outside of the International Space Station.
I gave you my gloves.
Williams also provided lots of great photography and videography while aboard the International Space Station. You can check him out on social media.
Sergey, greetings. It is so good to see you. Thank you. This is from the management. This is our tradition.
I actually feel pretty okay. It's very strange. Yeah, I'm definitely not moving my head. It feels very strange to move your head, but yeah, we're here.
Williams now making his first phone call now that he is back on planet Earth. Again, after he is taken into the medical tent, he will change out and receiving a ceremonial gift upon his first landing. A custom Matryoshka doll.
There is vodka inside. Well, actually, this is why I flew to space in the first place. Well, excellent. Thank you very much. Welcome back home. It is so good to see you. We've been waiting for your return. Does it look like me? Yes, it looks like you. This Matryoshka doll has a surprise inside.
Again, the crew members just conducting these initial medical checks, making sure everyone is feeling well. They will eventually be carried in these chairs into the medical tent. They will get a chance to get out of their Sokol suits and change into something more comfortable before boarding helicopters. Each will be in their own helicopter for the flight to Karaganda. That's where they'll split up for the first time in 8 months as Chris Williams returns home to Houston on a NASA plane and the Roscosmos cosmonauts return to the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center. Again, if you're just joining us, we had a landing of Soyuz MS-28 at 5:27 a.m. Central Time, just over 30 minutes ago. All 3 crew members are outside of the capsule. NASA astronaut Chris Williams feeling well, returning from his first spaceflight.
Let's wait. Yes, let's wait. Sergey, I was told that I'll carry you. Dear colleagues, let's finish up. Let's finish up. Let's go.
Again, all 3 crew members outside of the capsule. Very sunny day in Kazakhstan, 88 degrees. You can now see Sergey Kud-Sverchkov being carried to the medical tent. All of the crew members will be carried to the medical tent for those checks and an opportunity to change out of their Sokol suits. We'll stay live until everyone is in that medical tent.
Cool experience. How you doing, Chris? I'm Ilya. Hey, Chris. Hey, nice welcome. To see you. Yeah. Thank you. Great. Hey, Victoria. Very nice. Thank you for taking care of it.
Welcome back.
I guess I can give up my little Matryoshka.
Do you like your Matryoshka doll? Yes. Isn't it awesome? Yes, it is. Well, congratulations on your first time.
Sergei Mikaev making his way to the medical tent. And NASA astronaut Chris Williams making his way into the medical tent for those initial evaluations, wrapping up 241 days in space.
Where is my phone? I haven't touched it.
Continuing to get thumbs up from Chris Williams, smiles and waves as he returns from his first space flight. Thanks for joining us today for our live coverage of Soyuz MS-28 return to Earth with NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev. This all kicked off yesterday with a change of command ceremony when Sergey Kud-Sverchkov handed command of the International Space Station over to NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Later last night at 10:45 p.m. Central Time, the hatch was closed aboard the Soyuz spacecraft while attached to the Rosvet module on the International Space Station. At 2:03 a.m. Central Time, the undocking command was sent, separating the Soyuz from the space station. And at 4:31 a.m. Central, we saw the deorbit burn. Everything went according to plan this morning, and we had a landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan at 5:27 a.m. Central Time, wrapping up 241 days in space for our space travelers. As you saw, the crew is outside of the spacecraft and has been carried into the medical tents as is standard procedure. They will conduct those medical checks inside the tents before changing into some comfortable clothes and each boarding an individual helicopter. Those helicopters will then take them to Karaganda, where they will split up for the first time in 8 months. Chris Williams will board a NASA plane and begin his journey back to Houston, while cosmonauts Sergei Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Mikaev will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft. Thanks again for joining us here from Mission Control Houston. We look forward to the next time that we are able to take you along for a space journey. This is Mission Control Houston.